technology.
Which country is Aaron in? Germany or?
Poland, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Poland.
Poland. Oh, God.
It's the middle of the night for sure. Gotta be.
Oh, yeah.
And we're live.
It is 6:30, so I'll call this regular meeting of the Sturgis Common Council to order, November 6, 2023. I guess as a side note, we got Councilor Jordan and Councilor Williams participating via phone tonight. So first item's approval of the agenda. Got a first by Becca.
Second.
Second by Dean. Any discussion on the agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That motion carries unanimously. Item 3 is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand, remove cover, and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 4 is informational reports. There are none included for this scheduled meeting. Item 5 is announcements and praise. I'd like to take a moment and pray if you'd like to join me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the ability to come to you in prayer. May we humble ourselves and just understand that you are you. May we be guided by your wisdom, and may we submit ourselves to you. May we live each day just as a reflection of the love that you gave us when Christ came to earth, died, and was resurrected for our sins. In his name I pray. Amen. Item 5.1 is Veterans Day closures. So City Hall will be closed on Thursday. The library will be closed Friday and Saturday. Trash pickup is a double day for Monday for Friday, and everything else is regular. So that's all in celebration of Veterans Day, which is officially on Saturday the 11th. Certainly a worthy cause, and just slightly affects the schedule, so we wanted to keep people abreast of that situation. Upcoming events in this holiday season, some of these are prior to the next meeting, some are after, but we did want to try to get a full list here. We have the 1st of November through the 10th of December. We have the holiday giveaway. We have the Festival of Trees coming up on Friday, November 17th. That starts at 5:30. Also on that day is a liquor store open house. That's always run in conjunction with that, so please stop by the liquor store if you so desire. The 23rd is the community Thanksgiving meal at the community center. The end of the month, we have the community tree lighting on Friday, and then on Saturday, December 1st, we have the Parade of Lights. Open house on the 5th for the Sturgis Marketplace, and then on the 14th, Scrooge night. So definitely the season, definitely a lot of activity downtown and throughout the city of Sturgis. So if you have time, please join those activities. Does council have anything they wish to add to that list of announcements and praise? Yes, sir.
The Forest Service has a portion of our Sturgis trail system closed through the winter months this year. It's not the entire trail system. It is just the trails on Dead Man Mountain and one of the 4 trails into the city dams property. So by early spring, that should be complete. The forest hasn't come back with a mitigation plan just yet, but we'll have something memorialized, I think, soon. Appreciate Rick Bush working on that with the U.S. Forest Service.
Thanks, Kevin. Anything else from anybody? Item 6 is City Manager's Report by the Transition Team. Just one tonight, and it's third quarter financials, so Faye, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will start with the general fund revenues and comparing to 2022. We are down about 4%. We have 1.550,000. In the sales tax, we are up 14%. The reason that is over a little more than what I've been telling you about as far as what it is, just a straight sales tax, we do have extra coming in from capital improvements. That was in the 2023 budget, that there would be, I believe it was $225,000 that would come over to general fund out of capital improvements. So that's where we come up with the 14%. License and permits are down 18%. Last year we had the TIF admin revenue come in from some of our TIFs that we had, and so that was the difference there. Intergovernmental is up 12%. The general government is up 45%. That is because of rally leases, advertising, and then Brown Forman. We got Brown Forman twice in 2023. We got the 22 amounts because we didn't have a contract with them in 2022. And so the contract got signed in 23, so we got the money for both 22 and 23. Public safety was up 35%. The health was down 58%. The donations in the animal shelter, we do not collect fees anymore. We ask for donations when we try to get rid of the animals and stuff. So that is why there's such a big change in that, because everything is going into donations instead of fees. Culture and rec up 6%. Airport fuel is up 32%. Fines and forfeits were down 51%. We had a lot of court fines in 2022, and we've not had those in 2023. And then miscellaneous revenue was down 14%. Then the expenses, we ended up about 2%. Higher than it was last year. And do you want me to run through those, Mayor? Or just the ones that I've
just the ones
noted?
that have your notes on, yeah.
Okay, so Mayor and Council, that was actually down 80%, and that's because of the Richards property. We had purchased the Richards property in 2022. Finance is up 23%. That is because of a buyout for one of my staff members. We had training, and then we did the new AP program. City manager is up 120%. That is because of the city manager payout, and then the team wages are coming out of that. Engineering is up 173%. That is because we did have 2 engineers for a while, and we didn't in 2022. Planning and permitting, there was a flood gauge warning system purchased, and so that is why that is up 25%. Sponsorship, rally leases, and of course we had money to offset that increase of 22%. Rally is 22%. That was a rental, and then we bought more merchandise. Police, we actually got 2 cars in 1 year because the one car did not show up for 2022, and so in 23 we actually had to pay for 2 cars. Dispatch, that's about right. Fire, there was just extra supplies bought this year compared to last year. Streets, the reason that was up 61% is the banner pole project. And then airport fuel, and then there was repairs did to some of the roofs on the hangars, and that is covered by insurance, but that's the reason there was that increase of 17%. Community center was just, we've had several repairs in 23 compared to 22. Library, supplies and wages, and then the auditorium was up because of elevator repairs. Are there any questions? If not, I'll move on to our cash. This is the cash on hand that we have. First Interstate Bank, we have $1.7 million. In our checking at the end of September, in the savings, we had 1 million, a little over 1 million. Ellis Wiggins Dunn Trust money, that is through the library. That is a CDs. They're $343,870, and then the library has a savings account of $25,330. The deposit account is $31,353. Sturgis Rally Endowment was $173.15. And the Sturgis Lakeside Adventure Park was $114,871 for a total of almost $3.5 million. And then on the interest, we have interest of about $239,874. And moving on to the cash and CD. So for 2023, the general fund has cash of $2.5 million $70. Liquor fund has $15,708. Water fund has $2,200,000. Wastewater, $1.9 million. Sanitary fund has $393 million. And then the ambulance is a negative of $1.3 million.
393,000.
It's 390. Yeah, sorry,
But
300.
we wish.
393,000. Excuse me. That was okay. And so then for revenue and expenses. General fund revenue, $7,742,000. General fund expenses, $8,989,000. Liquor revenue, $2,691,000. Expenses, $2,612,000. Water fund, $1.3 million. Expenses, $1.2 million. Wastewater, $1.7 million. Revenue, expenses, $1.8. Sanitation, $1.3 million. Expenses, $1,095,000. Ambulance, $1 million in revenue, and in the expenses, $1.3 million. Are there any questions?
Faye, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Thank you for a good snapshot report. And we had lots of discussion at budget time over revenues. And we've got revenue condensed into 11 line items, but on our budget we have 65 different line items. So hopefully when we get to our fourth quarter report, we can be a little more transparent with that. But I do have some questions on the on page 3. There's a number of $3,467,000. Does that translate to
Page 3 of the
page 3
snapshot
of
report?
6? Yes.
Cash on hand.
Oh, okay, cash on hand. Okay.
I believe is the one that's on.
Does that not translate to, this page isn't numbered, 3, 4. Page 4, page 5 of 6, where in 23 the number is 2.570.
So the cash on the $2,570,000, that includes TIF money on the general fund and the water fund, and so that is just the cash. It's called advances that we have done for the TIFs, and so it includes cash and the TIFs that we have got.
Okay, so
And so that's not the page with that page is not actual cash like the other is actual cash in the bank.
okay, thank you. On page 2 of 6, when we add up the 23 revenues, it's $7,701,000. But on the second to last page, the last page, that shows it's $7,742,000. So it's a difference of $41,000 on that report.
Oh. You're talking about the revenue, right?
Yes, ma'am.
For general fund. Yes, I'm not sure quite why it's off about the 39,000. I'd have to go back and look. I think it's just an error of adding.
So of those funds on that last page, Faye,
Uh-huh.
those are included. Those are on the first one that we were on before. To talk about these revenues for each of these funds, how does those directly correlate to the first page that states the revenues, right?
Yeah,
Those are all the same funds. They're just broken down more in the first page.
The first page has just general fund. The rest of the last page has your revenues and expenses for your enterprise funds. And so let me look at something here first. Yes, I'm not sure why that is off by the 39,000. But the rest of them are showing the actual revenue and expenses that have came in 23. And like I have let you all know, this is a snapshot in time. So like last Tuesday, I had went through my journal entries and I did some journal entries that were needing to be done of things that were in the wrong place. So now if we go and look at that right now, those numbers are going to be different if we went and looked at the end of September. It's not off a whole lot, but it's off a some. Like there was $3,000 that had came in through our express bill pay that should have went to vendor licensing. And instead it went to another location. And so these are just stuff that happens that I put on my desk to get ready to do, and I did that Tuesday. So things are always changing, and I know that sounds awful, but that's just the way it is. There's changes happening all the time. There's mistakes being made that need to be corrected. They get put in the wrong pot, if you want to say, the wrong bucket, and so that changes at all times. And that may be why I've got the two different numbers here. Does that help, Mayor, at all?
And I guess to summarize, it's a fair statement to say that once everything's collected for 2023, early February of next year, that's when it's all finalized, audited.
Well, it's not audited until May.
Right.
And so.
But that's where we've come in with all of our numbers that say this is the correct account, this is where it came out of, this is where this one went into.
Right.
And then that's what's taken to the audit process.
Right. And so when I get down to that point, I send them what they call a trial balance. And the trial balance is when everything stops. And, you know, I've corrected everything I've done. I've gone through everything I can. And then that trial balance goes to them. And then if changes have to be made, they will make those changes if they find anything.
Understood.
And like I said, I try to keep up on those journal entries, but life has just been too busy for me to keep up on them. And like I said, I did get to them Tuesday. But when I find mistakes, I try to audit these numbers all the time. I try to go and look at the detail. And just like today, I was looking at detail in hotel bid. And I see that there was something from the Camaro rally had been put in there, an expense. And I seen something from the marketplace had been put in there. We've got new people. They're trying to get used to our system, our codes. There's a lot of codes out there, and it's pretty easy to make the mistake. I still get mixed up between hotel bid and bid district. So, like I said, it's a constant thing trying to keep up with it.
So this information would generally, though, be used to help feed into our year of end where we potentially have to look at supplements. And in looking at our burn rate on quite a few budgets, we're we're definitely in line at looking at some supplements, are we
Yes,
not?
and I'm working on that today. That's why I was looking through a lot of numbers today. I've been working on that most of the day as supplements so that we can, I don't know if we want to treat it just like an ordinance, which it is, but we'll have discussion on the 20th, and then we'll have first and second reading in December. So that's my goal. But yeah, we definitely have some supplements coming up. And like I said, I'm putting them together right now.
Are we able to make any corrections in any of these budgets to get them pulled back into line? Are we looking at, I mean, out of, I'm not going to count them, but, you know, out of 25 general fund expenses, it looks like there's only a few that are currently burning under the 75% rate for the third quarter.
I think I ended up with probably, and don't quote me on this, it was either 7 or 8, probably 7 funds that we're going to have to supplement. Or not funds, excuse me, departments. And it may, like I said, don't quote me on that. Like I said, I've got them written down, but
But as you stated in department head this morning, your plans to reach out to those department heads and work with them, and
Correct.
to what Kevin's saying is
correct.
see.
I mean, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, there's stuff, yeah, that, I mean, they'll have to have a supplement. Even if they stopped, you know, we still have 4 paydays left. That's what I go through. Okay, how many paydays do we have left? Do we have enough to pay them? You know what I mean? That's very important. So that's when a supplement has to be. So, and I probably have another, you know, half day at least to try to get that all. And then I'm trying to do an explanation for everything. And then, like I said, get a hold of each of the departments that has. And I think they know, you know what I
Right.
mean?
They've been watching.
Yeah.
Yep. Other discussion? Thanks, Faye.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Item 7 is consent calendar. We have 7.1 through 7.11 tonight. Does council wish to remove any of the items and discuss any of them individually?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have several removed, 7.5, 7.8, 7.9, and 7.10 removed.
Say again the numbers.
7.5, special events consumption permit. 7.8, resolution on the city motto. Working session for the AFT race, and working session for election.
Any other councilors wish to remove any items on the consent? How about anybody in the public? Any additional items to the 7.5, 7.8, 7.9, and 7.10? Is there a motion from council?
Second.
So I assume, Mike, with the removals, is that what your first is?
Correct.
Yep. So we got
You want me to name them? 7.5, 7.8, 7.9, and 7.10.
a first by Mike. We had a second by Kevin with the removals of 7.5, 7.8, 7.9, and 7.10. Any last discussion on removals? We have a first with the passing of the consent calendar minus the stated items. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries unanimous. For the minutes, please. Item 7.5 is a special events consumption permit. This is for the downtown market. Lisa looks like she's moving forward with some information.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is something that we have done at the marketplace, I think, the last 3 years. It's basically an open house mixer. We invite the public in to come in and do some shopping. As part of that, we serve light appetizers, and then we feature local wines and local craft beers. They're sample size, so our staff just takes care of it. There's no fees for that. It's just a amenity that we have as part of their shopping. We do ask for the consumption-only permit to allow that alcohol to be served on city property.
Question on that. How is that different than a city park where, I mean, I can give beer and my cooler away to my family? I can have, I mean,
Technically, I believe you're supposed to have a consumption permit for those events in the park.
In the park.
In the park, yeah. Any city property.
a consumption permit for a family reunion or a, you know, any kind of event that you would,
I believe that's the case. I'm not sure it's enforced.
I don't think it's enforced.
So,
I don't think, I think. Correct, Jody. I mean, if they get out of control, you can.
but because this is a city event, and then we also would have minor liability coverage under it, under our insurance. So we request the permit.
okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the special events consumption permit? Public or council? Is there a, go ahead.
I would move to approve the consumption permit.
Got a first by Kevin,
Second.
second by Mike. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. Thanks, guys, on the phone. That motion carries unanimous. Brings us to 7.8. This is Resolution 2023-46. This is the official motto of the City of Riders. Lisa, do you want to speak to this as transition team?
Yep. The City of Writers was a logo that the city, I believe is a logo, correct me, right, Mark? Or a trademarked phrase that the city no longer trademarks. However, our staff attorney did recommend that we adopt it as a motto. It is something we have used as a city for many years. I believe it's on our police cars. To formally acknowledge that that is our city motto, kind of like you guys have adopted the mission statement.
Previously trademarked. Is that?
That's correct.
Yep. And no longer so.
Allowed to lapse.
Right. Any,
What-
go ahead.
What does that accomplish for us then again, please?
It's just to formally acknowledge that you still want to have that associated with the City of Writers as like our motto. So we would use it, we'd continue to kind of use it in the ad hoc, informal way that we're currently doing, but not as a way that's being enforced for trademark.
What's the chance of somebody else using that verbiage? I.e., campground, City of Raiders.
I speak to that, Mike.
Some things you consider in the future.
And I think that's where I came from. The attorney's office was to have the fact that the city acknowledges that we have used it and we're going to continue to use it.
And it becomes common law, correct me, right, Mark?
That's correct.
Any other discussion? Come on up, Rochelle.
Hi, guys. Rochelle Brook with Sports Adventure Fun. I have a couple questions about this motto, the official motto. I guess we're using it to prevent trademark issues. Is that?
No, just the recognition that just like no different than our mission statement. It's something that's associated with the city. So we're the City of Writers, but not trademarked for that.
So what we're doing with this is asking our community members to stand behind our motto of being the City of Riders, and that's the purpose of this. I have a couple questions on this. Did we reach out to any of the community members asking them if this is the motto they would like?
No, we just are acknowledging that this has been our motto for informally for years.
Yeah, informally, but didn't we talk about changing it?
I'm not sure.
We don't know. Okay. I guess I'm coming from the place that we're trying to ask our community members to adopt a motto that we haven't been asked if we wanted to happen. As someone who needs to, or who does sell Sturgis every day to people and has its back and believes in council and everything else, having something like a city motto that we would also use and share a message with and not ask community members about kind of really rubs me the wrong way, to be honest. I think this was an amazing chance for council and the city to reach out to the community in many different ways, to see what their thoughts were on this, to see if maybe we stick with the city. I just think it was a great opportunity that you guys missed on mending the bridge of communication and working within the community. And I really do feel like if you guys adopt this tonight without asking, I just think it's bad taste, to be honest. There are plenty of other different mottos that could be used. I'm a fan of Key City. That's a personal preference. We see businesses use it for years and are currently opening new with the name of Key City. I think City of Riders pigeonholes us into a specific demographic. And I just think maybe we should look at other options and definitely reach out to the community and ask what they want before we say, hey, this is what you get because this is what we have been using and this is what we want. So I guess that's my piece. Thanks, guys.
Chief, I know a lot of the police cars used to have them. Currently, doesn't say it anymore on the new ones. Yeah. Right.
Does your uniform patch still?
I don't think it says that. I think it just says City of Sturgis. The old patch used to, but the new one I think just says City of Sturgis. I don't think it has the City of Riders anymore. I think that was gone before. That was actually transitioned to the new patch prior to my appointment here.
Michelle, don't come to the mic. Do you think there are organizations that would want to adopt or continue to use the phrase City of Raiders?
We don't use it now.
Yes.
We haven't used it. The only place I've ever seen the City of Riders use as a whole is from the city of Sturgis. I don't think businesses use it as a slogan, as a term. They don't use it for marketing or advertising. I've not seen it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I've not seen it. You know, I just think it really just tells everybody what we are without that being exactly who we are.
And I think this was meant for just the city, not the community. It's
This,
nuanced.
to me, the city and the community should, in something like this, should be one. It absolutely, I don't think there should be a divide. This is our community, our city, our motto. Who are we?
I can think of only one other person, two other people that were here when Chief Bush had a great deal of assistance in designing the City of Raider patch and the logo. And I'd hate to see us lose that to somebody else, like Deadwood or Spearfish or Beulah. Beulah could easily be the City of Riders for one day a month or one day a year. Anyway, that's just my personal opinion.
This doesn't prevent them from using it, does it? If we declare this as our motto, this doesn't prevent Beulah from using the City of Riders, because we don't no longer own a trademark, correct? It
We
be
would,
common law, okay.
we would own the common law trademark, and the question of would we enforce it is a question of a cost-benefit analysis. Does it make sense to invest city assets to chase that down? One other comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I could be mistaken, but I seem to remember that it's chiseled into the front of City Hall.
Right. And I think to Mike's point, when Chief Bush was working on this, and we had it in a lot of places, the message was a lot more than motorcycles. It was, riding bikes and riding horses and things like that. So, and that's what was tried to be captured in the image.
Oh, I understand that it encompasses everything, writing and everything that we have to offer. I just think it could be done in a I just feel like City of Riders isn't all-inclusive.
It is still on our
Yeah. I don't know if that's a thanks, chief, or not. Any other discussion on the city of Riders? Come on up, sir.
Name, address, and zip code, please. Not just kidding.
That'll work. Keith Stockton. Fairly recent transplant to Sturgis. If you were to wander throughout the United States and you ask two questions, one, if you could think of a place that could be called the City of Riders, where would it be? Sturgis might come up. It might not.
Would, and so would Daytona.
Oh, yes, without a doubt, but it's conceivable that it might not. If you were to ask the other question, was it the city of Keys? Key City? If you were to ask, where's Key City? Sturgis isn't coming up.
No, agreed.
Stick with what works. Stick with the history.
Key City is the history, though.
New person, I'll apologize for that. I was thinking that the City of Riders would have come first as opposed to Key City. It's what you're known for. You already have it as you said, a type of trademark.
Common law trademark. It had been registered with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, but because it did not generate any revenue or have the possibility of generating revenue, the cost of maintaining it exceeded the perceived benefit to the city.
Stick with the common law. It doesn't cost you anything, and everybody knows who you are. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Council or public? Anybody willing to make a motion?
I move to approve.
Got a first by Mike,
Second.
got a second by Dean. Any last discussion? Public or council? None being heard. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That motion carries. Aaron, did I cut you off there? Yep. I think, were you voting no, Aaron? Yeah, I voted no. Yep, okay. I just wanted to make sure. That motion carries. Item 7.9 was removed from the consent. This is setting for Monday, November 20th. The possibility of the council having a work session. This would be both having the American Flat Track discussion, along with the possibility of moving the election date, not for 2024, but for 2025, from April to June. A unique opportunity where it's difficult as a elected board to talk as a group of 9 people. With our committee structures, there's always recommendations, but the full action comes from the council discussion. We've discussed the idea in the past. A lot of communities throughout the United States have what's called a work session every period of time, whether it's every other council meeting or quarterly or things like that. But it's an opportunity for council to meet as a group. No action is put on the agenda during the work session time. There's discussion on the said subjects that are stated. In the very near future, either at that meeting that has the work session or in the near future on another meeting, the opportunity for further discussion, both for public input and further council discussion, would occur when the action items would come forward. As stated, it would be, no action available during the work session, but it's a point in time where it's just a council discussion and trying to work through some situations and opportunities as a group. The public is certainly welcome to attend, but unable to participate at that point in time. Again, the point in time for the participation would be at the point of action. Two subjects that certainly deserve the discussion in the public by council to try to make a decision and have an action item, I do believe are the two that are stated, and those are planned for the 5 o'clock work session on the November 20th meeting. So that's basically it in a nutshell. More of a for your information item, simply because no action other than the agenda being set would be required. But that is the plan, to start it at 5 o'clock. Certainly welcome councilors' inputs and discussion on this. It's something that I've never really had any clear direction on of what we should do and if we want to do this, but I think it makes sense. And I think it's a way to, as an entire body, discuss the possibilities and things that are coming in the near future.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I guess the reason that I asked to have that removed so that we could talk about it a little bit tonight is the lack of public comment being allowed during that, especially when, realizing that we're not getting to a final decision, there's not an actionable item. But, for example, on our elections, that's the root of our civic duty in our community, and, to talk about changing what is already ingrained in our history, I guess. It seems like we should be having discussion with the public, not just staff and council. And I think the same applies for this downtown event as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Go
would
ahead.
public comment be allowed if those items are on the agenda for the meeting that follows the work session? So we would discuss the topic during the work session, and then public comment would be allowed
Correct.
The-
At the
at
point
the
of
meeting.
action, yep.
during the agenda item.
Yep. And not necessarily on that same meeting. It doesn't have to be that way. I think, and to be truthful, I think that historically other communities, some in the Black Hills even do this. The reason for that discussion is to help show the public council working out some of the questions in front of them. And so when it comes to public input time, they can see that those things have been discussed. And sometimes it's longer than what it would be on an action item at the council meeting, is partly why the discussion is beneficial. Mixed reviews I've heard from community, so I don't know how well it is. And we can have where we want. I just envisioned it with the way that the vast majority of them do during the work session itself, council discussion only.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's something new. I think that, for all the times that we talk about being transparent in the proceedings that we have, opening this up for public, to come in and listen, it's really kind of opening up that door for them to see the process by which we discuss items, even our own maybe individual train of thought and our way of thinking. But let's also, I would just like to kind of state as a reminder that, the public, with this being on the agenda for the next meeting, that the public also, now can see and be able to contact people as well, And again, it isn't that public comment isn't going to be welcome, because that will occur when the item is placed on the agenda for business. So anyway, I like the idea.
Any other input?
Mr. Mayor, I would echo what Becca said. It is not that we're back. It is just an opportunity for us to talk amongst ourselves with the public in place to listen and take notes and be prepared for the next meeting as well.
Right.
should there be a special, I'm just talking, should there be a special outreach to select organizations like the Chamber, SEDC, for them to have a rep in attendance at that special meeting?
Certainly been talked about both at department head and at transition team. And that list is pretty big, Mike, but yes, we plan on reaching out and saying,
Thank
yep,
you.
yep. Anything else on 7.9, which also kind of melded into 7.10? Is there a motion on 7.9?
Mr. Mayor, I will turn on my mic. I move to approve item 7.9.
Got a first by Becca,
Second.
got a second by Angela, third by Mike. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That passes unanimous. Item 7.10, similar discussion. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve item 7.10.
Got a first by Becca,
Second.
second by Angela. Any last discussion? All those in favor? Yep, go ahead, Heron.
Hey, with the 7.10, are we gonna have this topic on the agenda just so we can get some feedback from the public on the 20th, or is it gonna be sometime in December?
Either way, truthfully, Aaron, I didn't envision it being on that meeting on the 20th. I was figuring maybe a little bit further down the road. I think it makes sense. I think out of that discussion, there's going to be the point of we need to reach out to the other entities, and that gives us some time to gather our troops and say, you know, this is what we're told by the county, this is what we're told by the school board. I think the discussion.
I don't think you have to make a decision on the 20th, but you could make it as a topic or an agenda item just to be able to get feedback from people that
Right.
in on that work session, just to get some real-time
Input.
from people that
Right.
know what their thoughts are.
Yep.
And then the decision part of it would be later.
Yep. Certainly makes sense.
I think it would behoove the council and the Legal and Finance Committee, for sure,
Right.
to have those people notified by email and by phone that their input on the 20th is essential to our decision.
The other entities you're talking.
The other
Yeah.
entities, yes.
And some of those discussions have been had on a pretty high level.
Understand.
Yep.
And I believe, isn't there a statutory requirement for the for a calendar date, right, that we have to change it?
There is. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, Faye. Give us the.
Yes, it's mid-January. I want to say around the 15th of January, we have to have something in place before that.
Right.
Declaring which date we're choosing.
For the following year.
For 24.
Or
it would-
24.
Right, right.
So.
Because then we know what schedule we have to be on, because
Right.
if whichever date you choose, you have a different schedule.
But you would think that this year would be when to tackle it.
I would, if we have time, I
Right.
mean, and it's, I believe it's just by resolution that we do it.
Well, we have a first and a second on the floor. Is there any last discussion? Come on up, Bernie.
Bernie Usera. Basically, what I can say now is ditto to what you have been discussing, is the fact that getting the people to come to this meeting, but those of us who have worked these elections, it's very disappointing the low turnout that we will have for city elections and school board elections, two extremely important entities that we need to have our say with. And to be able to combine school board election and city elections would be phenomenal. It would help both entities. So I strongly encourage this to come forward, and it does help then in the auditor's office with election.
Come back to the next one too, Bernie. Any other discussion on 710?
Kevin.
With a first and a second on the floor, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries, and 710 is set for the 20th for work session. Item 8 is claims. Faye had a couple notes here prior to discussion.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I had a question come to me about the Judd Hoos and Funk productions. It's booking fees. This was split amongst 3 different departments. The actual total was $4,000. So you're going to see it in the bid district for Music on Main. You're going to see it in sales tax because that is where Music Fest came out, and then you're going to see it in Raleigh. So it looks like it's been 3 times put in there, but it is what we just split the $4,000 up.
It was for the previous show. For the
He did the booking and stuff.
Right, for the
Right.
for the future.
No, for this
Previous
year.
show,
For
yes.
this year,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Something that's already occurred.
Correct.
Yes.
And, yeah.
So,
There was a question that came up about MDU being in sponsor, and that was for Sampson's Corner is what the MDU utility bill was.
thanks, Faye, for those clarifications. Any further discussion? 7 digits worth of claims on this meeting.
$1 million.
Yeah. Public or council?
Continuing discussion on the, on sponsorship. What pays meals and fuel when we paid mileage.
That fuel bill was for the motorcycle.
And one other item, just to remind everyone how sponsorship rally and community center and recreation works. Sponsorship and rally at the end of the year, those budgets will be combined. And so for the audit, you will only find rally and events in the audit. Sponsorship is included into rally. They become one. Same with community center and recreation. It's just an internal thing that we do, but for the audit, they come together as one.
Other questions or discussion? Public or council? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move to approve.
Got a first by Dean. Second by Tony. Any last discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a substitute motion to approve all the bills with the exception of the $2,100 Monterey expense buyer's fee on page 10.
So procedurally, we got a first and a second. A substitute is offered. I believe there has to be a second and then back through the originals. Is that the process?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
So we have a substitute motion as a first. Is there a second? So we got a first and a second for the substitute. We'd vote on
Clarify the second, please.
the second by Aaron on the substitute. So do we first vote procedurally on the substitute amendment or the substitute motion? Is that correct, Marshall?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Any further discussion? We got a first and a second on a substitute motion. None being heard and paying bills, we'll go ahead and roll call. Mike, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Tony,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Angela,
No.
I'm a no. Becca,
No.
Dean,
No.
Aaron, and Preston.
No.
So 5-4 against the motion. So that motion fails, which takes us back to the original motion.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
So the motion on the floor is to pay the bills as presented. Mike, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Can we continue discussion, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure how we can pay a buyer's fee for something that we did not buy. This has been brought up repeatedly. And we owe it to see this through to verify that it's truly an expense of ours.
Any other discussion? I think, as historically speaking, we've always paid the seller's fee.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. We paid the seller's fee. This year, the seller's fee was waived through negotiation.
And where was the money going? This money for this motorcycle?
This motorcycle was purchased. The money goes into the general fund. From the general fund, it goes to the Sturgis Rally Endowment, where it is matched by a gift in the same amount, a deferred gift from Roger and Elaine Haydock.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I would make a comment. I confused myself on that first vote.
Yeah, me too.
If it was to be voted again, I would approve the claim. And we might want to consider, I'm not sure, we'd have to go back and read the minutes, but I'm not sure that you clarified what the vote was for, Mark. Just a point of interest. I expect no action. It's just a point of interest that we need to clarify every vote in the future, because I confused myself and voted wrong on the second vote.
With that being said, what's being considered right now is the original motion to pay the bills as presented.
Procedurally, am I able to make a second substitute motion, given the new information?
I believe, I think Mike can ask for now you're getting deep in the Roberts rules here. I believe Mike can ask for a reconsideration of the motion.
Only those who voted affirmative can ask for reconsideration.
Right.
If you oppose the motion.
Lawyer's opinion?
Ms. Zerbst is correct, Mr. Bashand.
Thank you. I would ask for a revote, clarifying the new vote and exactly what it's for.
Going back to the substitute motion action,
Correct.
you voted No, he voted affirmative. He voted affirmative. Yeah.
No,
No. No. Mike voted affirmative, so he's bringing the motion back as
Right.
a reconsideration.
So I thought the vote was 5-4.
it was
So who were
Mike,
the no?
Mike and.
Mike was a yes.
Yes, Mike was a yes, so was Tony, so was Kevin, and so was Aaron.
Yep. Those are the
Okay.
four
Oh, thank you.
affirmatives.
Yes.
Yep. And
So,
this- go ahead,
Mayor,
Dean.
my question is, just to make sure that we're on the same page, you would have then changed your vote to no,
Correct.
but it got voted down anyway.
So it's a moot point. But just as a matter of procedure is the only reason I made the comment, so we don't make that mistake in the future.
Got it.
It doesn't change the outcome that I would have voted for.
I understand.
I still think procedurally, Mike, Tony, Kevin, or Aaron can. How about, but it says he made the first substitute, how's that fall in line?
He can make a motion for reconsideration, which will bring the vote
Back, yes. Anybody with the affirmative vote can vote for reconsideration, so I think,
Can move for reconsideration,
yep.
Mr. Mayor.
yep.
I'd move for reconsideration.
We have a first by Kevin to reconsider the vote on the substitute motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mike. So we have to vote on the reconsideration then. Yep. Yep. So this would be, the vote for clarity is for reconsideration on the substitute motion to pay the bills as stated minus the Monterey buyer's fee. So the motion, if it's an affirmative if it's an affirmative vote by a council member, it's to pay the bills minus the buy fee. Is that clear to everybody? Mike, we'll start with you.
Could you restate that again?
You bet, Aaron. So back to the original basically we're back to the original substitute motion of approving the bills less the 2,200 buyer's fee. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
2,100.
So Mike, we'll start with you.
No.
Tony?
No.
Kevin?
Yes.
Angela?
No.
I am no. Becca? Dean?
No.
Aaron? And Preston? No. So that substitute motion fails. 7-2, which brings us back to the of consideration to pay the claims in full. Any last discussion?
Just as a point of discussion, I apologize to the council and to the community for my error, but that was corrected. So I think the clarity of the council is that we can all make mistakes, but we have a duty to rectify our mistakes.
Any other discussion on paying the bills as presented in the packet?
This is Aaron. If I heard, did Kevin want to have another motion to help maybe clarify this particular issue, or not?
That was brought forward with reconsideration and failed 7-2. With original first and second on the floor to pay the bills as presented, we'll go ahead and roll call that. Preston, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Aaron?
No.
Dean?
Yes.
Becca? Yes. I'm yes. Angela?
Yes.
Kevin?
I can't vote for this. No.
Tony?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Bills are paid. Brings us to item 9, which is Board of Adjustments or Variance, Use on Review, and other administrative appeals. At this point in time, we will convene the council and convene as the Board of Adjustments, as we are sitting as a judicial board. We do require that anybody that speaks beyond the Board of Adjusters gets to swear in. So, Mr. Marshall, if you would, swear in Mr. Smith on his staff report.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Item 9.2 is variance on side setback for 2010 Junction, and I'll turn it over to you, Dave.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Adjustment. The first item in front of you tonight is a request for a side setback to construct a garage at 2010 Junction Avenue. Mr. Keith Stockton has requested a variance to the side yard setback 10-foot requirement off of Park Street. The property is zoned as single-family office commercial. The applicant intends to build a garage off the mudroom portion of the house, which will be 1 foot 9 inches from the property line. The type of construction and setbacks require variance approval. The property is currently described as McMillan's Southern Lots, 13 through 16, Block 5, the city of Sturgis. For a little discussion and reminder, variances in determining variance requests, the Board of Adjustment must specifically address, again, certain criteria when determining whether to grant or deny the variance request. The criteria stems from statute and city ordinance. The Board of Adjustment must address the specific criteria in their oral and written decision. Variances criteria are: A, special circumstances or conditions exist, such as exceptional narrowness, topography, or relaxation of the zoning ordinance provides a quantifiable benefit to the city and the surrounding neighborhood. Strict application of the zoning ordinance would deprive the applicant of any reasonable use of his land or create a hardship. Mere loss in property value does not justify a variance. There must be a deprivation of beneficial use of the land. The variance provides the minimum adjustment necessary for the reasonable use of the land, and granting the variance is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, and will not be injurious to the neighborhood, detrimental to the public welfare, or in conflict with the comprehensive plan. The applicants have requested this variance to allow them to build the garage to be built on the side of the house or attached. Single-family residential office zoning commercial setbacks require a 10-foot side setback. Staff anticipates no negative impact for the neighboring property owners. A total of 21 landowner forms went out. Signage was in fact placed on the property for 21 days. And 4 letters that were approved of the 21 that went out were 100%. This was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission with 100% approval recommendation for the Board of Adjustment.
Any questions from the board for Dave?
So would the garage be built on the junction side or on the joint property owner side?
It will be built on the joint property owner's side. See where the driveway currently exists?
Yes.
Right there. That's the mudroom that sticks off, and he's going to build that garage right where the cars are parked right now and be attached to the house. So there'll be no entrance off of Junction Avenue. It'll come off of the side street.
Is the side owner number 1, is there an entrance to his enclave there?
Yeah, there's an alley right there, and he comes in off the alley. The adjoining property owner right there with the narrow lot?
Correct.
Yes. His parking is off the alley.
I see.
And from the other direction, right?
Yes.
Yep.
He is in concurrence.
That is correct. He was one of the yes votes.
Any other questions for staff? How about public input? Mr. Stockton, anything to add? No, sir. Any public comments on this consideration of a variance? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move to approve the variance for the side yard setback at 2010 Junction Avenue.
We have a first by Becca.
I would second.
We have a second by Dean. Any last discussion?
Normally, I would vote against this because there's usually room on lots to do as such. This, however, is a particular case where you include Junction Avenue as a factor. So I take that into my consideration.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the variance, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed, a no. That passes unanimous. Brings us to item 9.3. This is consideration for living quarters on Hanson Avenue. Do we need to swear Smith back in, or is it concurrent?
I think it would be appropriate to do that,
right.
although it may seem
Repetitive.
unduly formalistic.
Well, decorum and formal, we're into it.
Once again, Mr. Smith, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, back to you, Dave.
Thank you again. The item before you here is to consider a use on review to allow living quarters attached to 3995 Hanson Avenue, which is in the industrial park. Keith Terry, owner of 3595 Hanson, has submitted a use on review application to allow for the secondary residential use, which is allowed in Title 180513 General Industrial, Residential Conditional Use. The residential use will be secondary in nature to the conforming permitted use in this zone. Such secondary uses shall not exceed 1,000 square feet in size, including any designated entry or exit areas, and shall be contained within the building as shown in the plans for the new construction. The lot is currently described as Sturgis Industrial Park Subdivision Lot C4A1C. March 2023, the council approved the SEDC application to replat this lot for Mr. Terry, and he purchased the lot that is now addressed as 3595. The lot again is zoned general industrial. This is an allowable use on review in the Sturgis Municipal Code. A total of 6 landowner responses forms were out. Signage was placed on the property August 31st and there for 21 days. All 6 respondents returned with 100% approval. And I will add, that's not in the staff report, we do have several of these conditional uses currently in use in the industrial park right now. And Mr. Terry can be on the phone if there's any questions directly for him.
I think it's pertinent, Dave, to discuss the use on review as an annual thing that's brought forward through the planning and zoning annually for these.
Yeah, it is. It's annually reviewed by my office. If there are no complaints, no issues, the planning and zoning board just adds, gives the use again for another year, and then we revisit again the following year. So it's annually, they have to be reviewed and approved by the planning board.
Right.
The only time it will come to the Board of Adjustment is if, in fact, there are any violations or complaints against the use.
Right. Any other discussion on this use on review, public or council? Anybody willing to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move to approve.
Got a first by Dean,
Second.
second by Becca. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, a no. That motion carries for the use on review. Item 9.4 is also a use on review. Please stand and take your oath, Mr. Smith.
Third time is a charm. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truths?
I do.
Go ahead, Dave.
The last item for the Board of Adjustments is a consideration for use and review to allow for the selling of firearms at 2404 Dolan Creek Road in Sturgis. Tyler Hoff, owner of the property located at 2404 Dolan Creek Road, has submitted a use and review application to allow him the ability to sell firearms off-site. The applicant is a collector of various firearms and wishes to have the ability to buy and sell. The federal firearms license requires a use and review approval in order to proceed with his license application. The property is currently zoned as low-density residential housing. Let me back that up. It's medium-density residential, not low. Sorry. Typo. This is allowable permittable use with sales being completely off the premise. Application will operate an online store for buying and selling. There will not be any customer traffic coming to and from the residence. Signage was in fact placed on the property July 24th, 2023. 13 landowner forms were sent out, 10 were returned, 6 with approval, and 4 that wished to deny, with comments including not having a business in a residential zoning and disapproval of the business type. Are there any questions? Oh, let me back up. This was brought to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and it was passed 100%.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was looking at the map above and I didn't see a residence on the property. Now I see a new residence.
Right.
An outstanding home from the looks of it. Substantially.
Questions from the board for Dave? How about public input on this matter?
Mr. Mayor, I had one question real quick
Go
before
ahead.
it goes to
Yep.
public. Dave, you made the comment that it is online, so there's no customer traffic at the residence whatsoever expected?
That is correct. He expects zero customer traffic at his residence. Everything is going to be done through his online store, but because it'll be based out of his home, this is a requirement for the federal firearms licensing that he has this conditional use.
10-4. Thanks for that explanation.
You bet.
And during planning and zoning, he said having FFL as a collector makes it easier for him to receive and ship in and out. So that was brought up during the planning and zoning meeting.
Thanks, Tony.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, Dave. Do you know offhand how many other use on reviews for this type of business we have in town?
In town, just going through the numbers, I think we have 5 other ones right now around the community that are operating outside of their homes.
And all 5 of those are on the, not only the maintenance and cleaning, but the purchase of and sale of.
That is correct, and we've had 0 complaints from any of them we've never had any complaints whatsoever. If they didn't have to go through this process, the neighbor probably wouldn't even know they were there.
Public input on this matter. Use on review. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Got a first by Mike,
I'll second it.
got a second by Tony. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That motion carries. That brings us to the adjournment of the Board of Adjustments and the reconvening of the City Council. Thanks, Smith. Item 10 is public hearings. 10.1 is the annual renewal of on-off sale of liquor license and wine licenses. Faye, for the staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is that time of the year. We do have 2 off-sale liquor licenses, which is this, with the Sturgis, City of Sturgis. We have 9 liquor licenses, which I would like to request that we remove number 3, Low Country Oysters of Sturgis. Going to be they are going to be needing a transfer of location. So we will we will do this then December 4th. So I would like to remove this. Leslie knows about this. She has did her application for the transfer, and it is an inactive license, so it's not like anybody is using it. So with the motion, I would like that removed, and then we also have 16 wine licenses that are up.
And they're currently all in use.
Correct.
Chief, no concerns from law enforcement aspect for any of these license holders? The answer that he said is no. No concerns.
We actually lost, I think it was either 2 or 3 wine holders, so that number went down.
Any further discussion? Council or public on the renewal of licenses?
Mr. Mayor, I would vote move to approve.
We got a first by Mike to approve with Faye's request
Yes.
to remove that number 3. So we got a first by Mike to approve the licenses with removal of number 3
Second.
on the liquor licenses. We have a second by Angela. Any last discussion? Public or council? All those in favor of the motion to renew all of them but the Low Country Oysters of Sturgis, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That motion carries. And they are approved, minus number 3. Item 11 is reports. 11.1 is Resolution 2023-45. This is municipal utility rates right after the budget. So back to you, Faye.
Yes, this is something that we usually do October, right around October, and so we did stop this for to make a change on the availability fee. I did not realize that the availability fee, how it was written up, that we were going to have surcharges added to that. So this is truly the only change that had been made to it since October 3rd, or the first meeting in October. This does correspond with the budget that you passed. The 5% is what was agreed on, the budget. And then, like I said, the availability fee is the only thing that changed a little bit. Any questions?
So in the report, the 6.7% on the surcharge is not happening. In the verbiage, it says 6.7%, but none of the charts show that.
No, it's only, I'm sorry, it should have been just 5.5%. That was the wastewater facility. Oh, okay, yes, that's 6.7%, correct. That is what, that went up. That's the one that we don't have enough money. To collect as far as the
Reserves.
for the reserves, correct.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Correct. And that is up 6.7%.
So that's on page 4 then?
Yes.
So where it says 0%, it would actually be
It should be.
6.7%.
It should be yes.
So from the 15.79 to the 16, where did I put it here?
Go back up to
That's
the.
correct.
Could you go back up to the council report, please? Oh, that is incorrect. That 1579 should be the 1685.
So on the resolution, the wastewater as
Yes.
should have the 16.
Right, the 16, and that is the number that's going to get us to
1685.
where we can have our reserves,
Yep.
10% reserves. So if you want to wait, we can do it again next time, or you can make the motion to just change that to the raise 6.7% to the 1685.
Any other discussion on the resolution that works to match the budget with the utility rates? Council or public? Anybody willing to make a motion on this resolution with the understanding Faye's intention was to have the 16.85 instead of the $15.79 in the wastewater surcharge fund?
Mr. Aaron, I make a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve with the correction, Aaron?
That's correct.
Okay. So we have a first by Aaron with the resolution with $16.85 for the wastewater treatment surcharge. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second by Angela. Any last discussion? Public or council? None being heard, the motions on the floor, the first and the second, are to approve the resolution with the correction from 15.79 to 16.85 on the wastewater treatment facility surcharge.
Mr. Mayor, wouldn't that be translated through every one of the rates?
It would be. It would be once we would how it's set up. If I put the increase in that 0%, it will increase the whole line there. So it's for the different sizes of the.
So it's
Service.
figured off the base, but
It is. It's figured off of that 16 then.
so
Correct.
6.7%.
Right.
Yep. Is that what you envisioned on your motion, Aaron? The 6.7% increase?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And who was the second?
Me.
Angela was the second. Is that for clarity? Yep.
It wouldn't be a 6.7% increase, it would be an increase to. Your motion could be, your clarification could be misinterpreted. We're not increasing it by 6.7%. We're increasing it to a threshold, correct?
No. The previous surcharge,
It was 15.
yeah, increased at 6.7%, gives it that 16.85
Okay.
on the base, along with 6.7 on all the larger service lines accordingly.
That's how I understood it.
Yep.
Just checking.
Yep. Makes sense though, Mike? What? Yep. Okay. So we got a first and a second on the floor with the amended resolution. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That motion carries.
Being still flush.
11.2 is consideration to approve the renewal application for cultivation of medical marijuana at the crop shop. Welcome back, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The first item before you is a renewal application for the crop shop located at 2951 Whitewood Service Road. This is for their medical marijuana cultivation license. No changes in ownership have been made, and the license has been active since it was issued last year at this time. No complaints have been made to law enforcement or code enforcement. The applicant has paid the application fee and complied with all sections of the Sturgis Municipal Code. A complete copy of the application can be viewed at the Planning and Permitting Office. The code references renewal are listed, and unless you want me to read those into the record, thank you. The city has received the $7,500 non-refundable license application, and the owners and operators are here if there's any questions for them.
Any questions from council for Dave? Mike, anything to add at this point in time? Or any questions for the owner from council? Any further discussion, public or council? Anybody willing to make a motion?
I would move to approve.
Got a first by Kevin. Got a second by Preston. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no.
Abstain.
One abstention. That motion carries. 11.3 is very similar, but due to manufacturing instead of cultivation. Back to you, Dave. Took all your thunder.
Exactly. Yeah, you did. That's okay. The crop shop again has applied for their medical marijuana manufacturing license. They're located again still at 2951 Whitewood Service Road. They submitted the renewal application. No changes in ownership have made. The license has been active since issued last year. No complaints made to law enforcement or code enforcement, and the applicant has paid the application fee and complied with all sections of the Sturgis Municipal Code 39-1-3. A complete copy of this application can also be viewed at the Planning and Permitting Office. And the city has received the $7,500 non-refundable application fee.
Any discussions on this renewal? Public or council? Anybody willing to make a motion on this one? We have a first by Aaron to approve.
I'll second it.
We got a second by Tony and a third by Preston. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no.
Abstain.
Abstention noted. Motion carries. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. I'll see you in a minute.
Yep. 11.4. Mr. Bush has to come forward for us now. This is for professional service agreement with Simpsons and Associates.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I see I failed in getting this attached to the agenda. I believe everybody seen it, or if not, I have a copy if you'd like to see it. This is basically one of the many steps in working with the school district to get them some land that we would have the ability to transfer to them, one being the Woodle Field area. The second would be an area on the north end of the fairgrounds for a future school expansion. The third would be an area that we already transferred to them as part of their elementary school expansion. And then two properties that we identified as potential properties where we could do the conversion for. The need for this is because these properties currently are part of the Land, Water, and Conservation Fund, which is a national program that is administered by the National Park Service, which basically means these parks, at some point in time, we have received federal funding for those. We have to enter those in. They're basically like a deed restriction that says that these lands can be used for nothing more than recreational purposes for their entire life. So in order for us to be able to transfer or sell the properties that I identified before to the school, one of the steps is to have what they call a yellow book appraisal done. So this yellow book appraisal is for the 5 different properties. We did check around, and Simpson and Associates was one of the few, if not, it was the only one I found that could do the Yellow Book appraisal. They had sent back a engagement letter with the outlining what they're going to do, and the total cost on that was $44,500. They would like us to sign the letter of engagement along with paying a retainer fee of $22,250, so 50% of the total price in order to complete this. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions should you have them.
Any questions for Rick? Go ahead, Mike.
Not so much for Rick, but from the rest of the council. I received two concerned comments from residents about the transfer of this property which property is under the LCWF. What are the consequences in the future? I received one on the fairgrounds and one on the football stadium or the football grounds.
What specifically? I guess I don't understand what the consequences of the school owning them.
Yes.
I don't know that.
I guess one of the first questions was on the football field. How long has it been in city control?
I think
Inception.
forever. Yeah.
Yep.
And the comment that I received was, that was, I believe, not Woodall, but Brown, Principal Brown, that initiated that obtaining the property and the development of the fairgrounds, and then we had a prominent attorney provide the track to the city in support of school functions. So changing the intent on those for me, you know, they obtained funding for the development thereof, and you know, probably not that many people are still around to complain about that, but it was done in the best interests of the public and the best interests of the school kids to obtain both the fairgrounds under the LCWF and the city football field for support. If the city loses control of that, there's no guarantee that that property would remain in any type of, quote, sporting activity in the future. It shouldn't change, but you know, city's not in control anymore. And so I just raised that concern to council.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Does this transfer the property, or is this more getting the appraisal?
This is solely for the appraisal. Yep.
This is one of several steps. This is one of several steps. This, just because we do the appraisal doesn't mean that the National Park Service will even sign off on that. This is one of the steps in order for us to submit to the National Park Service. We have to have this done, and what we have to do is we have to find a property that has like value and has the ability to have like activities on it. So when we do a conversion of a property for the football field, for example, we couldn't use the city water dams as a conversionary property because there's no way you could build a football field and have that same use up there. Some of the other things that when you do a conversion, you can't have a property that's already been identified as recreational. It has to be a bigger, larger property. If it's already been identified as recreational, you can't use that. So that's all we're trying to do is identify. Those were two properties that came out of, I believe, Legal and Finance to get the appraisal on to see. It has to be similar, has to be equal or more value. So, for example, if the football field appraised for $500 an acre, and one of the other properties appraised for $250 an acre, we would have to have twice as much land of the other property to do the conversion.
I'll give you 1,000 an acre for the fair.
You know, this actually doesn't transfer, but Mike brings up good points.
Sure.
It's coming.
We're gonna have to consider, but I don't think we wanna stop having the opportunity, to have, you know, to make a decision. So it makes sense to me that we go forward with the appraisal and have those conversations and discuss some of the unintended consequences, if there are any, based on what Mike was talking about here sometime in the future.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
On September 18th, the council, in conjunction with the Richards property, directed that the Richards property be platted into 2 lots, one for the adventure park, the other for the residential development. And there are policy reasons concerning the future of the Van Acker Canyon development that are worthy of council consideration in deciding whether the entire Richards property is appraised or that council follows through with platting first. And I just wanted to call your attention to that so that you can take those into consideration. I doubt that it would impact the total cost of the appraisal.
Rick, as far as the appraisal goes, what's the funding source for the, do you have those funds in your budget?
No.
Okay, so we'll have to supplement those funds.
Yeah, I would assume they would be a capital improvement.
I would just say, yeah, capital improvement.
they wouldn't come out of
It'd be the
streets or
beginning
parks.
of a capital improvement.
Is the quoted amount the total amount that we're gonna have to pay for that, or is there any additional?
There will be some additional costs. One of the things that we have to do is we have to have a third-party reviewer. There's probably some other steps as we go forward with the conversion that will have some cost to it. This is just one of, again, many steps that we have to go through to apply for this conversion. It's not necessarily an easy process. You know, one of the things when I talked with Randy Kittle, he's got to kind of give his blessing on it. And one of the things that was brought up was the other piece of property that we didn't do correctly. It's considered a property now that's in violation. So in order for him to support this, we had to do the other one, which was where the old part shop was up up right next to the school that we tore down and transferred that to the school. So there certainly will be some costs. I think this is probably the larger of them, but there will be some other, you know, minimal costs, I would say.
Just as far as, you only found one vendor that could do the Yellow Book appraisal locally, so do we have to go out of the area to have the third-party review?
No, they provided me with a couple of names of people that specifically do the review, and it's not the complete going through and doing the appraisal. It's just concurring with their findings. So it's a much lesser part, and probably for each one of the 5 properties is an hour to 2 hours worth of review time. I haven't contacted them yet to find out what their hourly rates are, but certainly that would be one of our next steps.
And Rick, when did the city first put the property into LWCF?
long time ago.
80 years ago
So,
plus, probably.
one of the various properties were, one of them that I know, one of the projects that we did was the lighting at Strongfield was an LWCF project. The lighting at the soccer fields was an LWCF project. And there really wasn't that many. There was 2 or 3 others. But in doing that, like I said, we put these bigger parcels. So like the parcel that the Woodle Field is on is actually encompassed by the whole city park. That's one big parcel. So they've been for decades and decades. Becca, I don't have a good answer for exact dates, but they've been
But I
there a
mean-
long time.
Yeah, we're talking, I mean, halfway back to the mid
Yes.
1900s, and like 40s, 50s, 30s.
Correct, correct, that's fair. A lot of the maps I found of the LWCF properties were just simply sketches, and up till about 3 years ago, now they actually, when you do these projects, they make you put a deed restriction on that. Prior to 3 years ago, 2020, they didn't do that, so some of the records are a little bit harder to find.
And just to clarify, it's the federal government that requires us to do this.
Correct, the National Park
Yes.
Service administers it.
Yes.
So if we had deed restrictions on the property, would we have to do any kind of a transfer? Does it just transfer with the sale of the property?
No, we have a deed restriction when the property gets put into the LWCF program, it cannot be used for anything other than recreational.
Right, but if property was sold, say, to the school, it was still used for recreational, that had the attached deed restrictions, do we have to jump through all the extra hoops?
My understanding is we can't do the transfer without having it converted out of that program. I mean, that's why we're going through the process. I don't think that like Woodall Field, the likelihood of it ever being used for anything other than a football field is probably pretty far-fetched. If we transfer the fairgrounds and they build a school, that's probably what it's gonna be for the foreseeable, next 50 years, 100 years. But like Mike said, there's no guarantee.
Be a hell of a nice place for a hotel motel combination.
Any other discussion on the first step and the consideration to request the Yellow Book appraisals for the said properties?
We still have a question on the Richards property, don't we, on how the appraisal will go based on what City Attorney Marshall presented?
You have a consideration of whether to appraise the residential portion of that. And that consideration bears into any potential disposal or use of that. There are reasons why you may want an appraisal of that. There are also reasons why you may not want an appraisal of that. And those are contract matters as relates to the Richard property that are in the nature of our negotiations.
But as you stated, Mr. Marshall, it was the fact that whatever the council's preference on that situation, it doesn't truly affect the motion or the action of the Yellow Book appraisal.
No, it does not affect this, except that it might make it less expensive if you opt only to have the appraisal done of the adventure park portion and not the larger residential portion.
The only thing we would have to be careful is if we identify it as adventure park land,
Then
it's disqualified because it's now parkland.
It's already recreational land. Any other discussion or questions, public or council? Anybody willing to make a motion on the consideration of the Yellow Book appraisal and paying half of it for the retainer?
This is Aaron, I make a motion to approve.
Got a first by Aaron,
I'll second.
got a second by Becca. Any last discussion, public or council? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no.
No.
That motion carries 8-1.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Rick. 11.5 is an update on the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. Welcome back, Dave. It's been so long.
I know. What's in front of you tonight, I'll just give you some background information. Every 5 years, FEMA requires the hazard mitigation plans to be updated. The current Meade County multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan was updated and adopted 2 years ago. Planning for the updated plan has begun. The Black Hills Council of Local Governments gathers information from all the jurisdictions within Meade County to update and write the new plan. The plan approval and grant application with FEMA are taking longer than they have been in the past. Therefore, the planning and updating must begin earlier than in the past. Staff recommends allowing the mayor to sign the letter of commitment with Meade County for this new update. There's no impact to the city budget. The planning and writing will be grant funded.
Any questions for Dave on these initial steps of this plan put together by many entities?
Not only do we get the plan paid for by grant monies, the plan leads us to applying for other grant monies, does it not?
This is correct. If we do not participate in this plan and the updating of it, then we can lose out on other federal grants in the matter of disasters and everything else. So, yes, that's correct.
Any other discussion?
I would move approval of the joint plan.
First by Kevin to approve the action.
I'll second it.
A second by Tony. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. That's it for me tonight.
Item 12 is other matters before the council. Opportunity to bring non-agenda items forward. Rod looks like he's willing to come talk.
So, Rod Bradley. So the motorcycle deal at the Mecum auction doesn't look good. And so, you know, and how the council has decided or chose to handle it is quite a ways from open government. So you were asked at the last meeting to go palms up on this. So far you haven't. Okay, and so you know, and if this is such a good thing for Sturgis and the foundation, I don't understand why you haven't. So,
I think to summarize, Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong when I go through this. But in a summary, I guess, the bike was taken to the Mecum auction. It was put up for bid.
no, I'm here asking for the explanation. And it would be probably better not to go with another shallow one than to decide if you are gonna go palms up on it. And so I'm not telling you what to do, I'm just saying, this looks bad.
Which aspect are you talking about when you say palms up? The auction as a whole, or the expenses, or which part of it?
I would be talking about full disclosure, what happened there.
Are you talking about like
So let me ask you,
for the whole?
is there any part of that that you think looks bad? And I'm talking about public perception.
They may want to. I'll answer it. So you're talking specifically Monterey, and you're talking specifically Mr. Marshall purchasing the bike, correct? Is that right? So, I think certainly that there have been some questions surrounding the situation. I think that we all have some lessons learned from how it went. But do I think that maybe it could have been better explained? Yes, it could have. But the reason I supported the action as a whole, the reimbursements, is because this is something that we've done before. We took a bike to Las Vegas. It was auctioned off for charity. I think that when you look at the second auction that we participated in Monterey, again, there were, some portions of it as far as some questions being raised, but to me, the answers that I've received satisfy the questions that I've had as far as, Mr. Marshall purchasing it and
What I'm saying is the public isn't privy to explanations you had, and you were asked to go basically disclose what all happened, and that hasn't happened yet.
well, I think we answered quite a few questions 2 meetings ago, and actually I was the one who questioned the expenses back in September. The point being that I haven't fully disclosed information.
As a council, I don't feel like the public has been, this transaction or situation or deal, however you want to describe it, has been fully disclosed or described to the public.
Okay, well, I guess I don't quite exactly agree with you because Mr. Marshall and Councilor Forster had questions and answers a month ago in the meeting.
We're on the claims than the actual transaction. Okay, and so,
I guess you need to clarify your statement as far as transactions, if you would, please.
that's where we're at now, right? And so, okay, so it's been described in public that, the city attorney bought the motorcycle. Okay, it's still not clear if that was at a public auction or not. It's been described that the money went to the endowment, okay? But it hasn't been described, what happened to the motorcycle from there. And, how is the price determined? All the things that something as high profile as a Sturgis motorcycle at a national auction, in my opinion, should be described.
Well, again, I feel like that information has been made public in the last 2 or 3 council meetings since it came up the end of September and we tabled the expenses. I think there was well, I think you want to talk PR, and I think you want to talk about conversations that are happening in the community while no one has come to me personally to talk about it. So this is the first time really that I'm hearing.
But I'm here saying, I don't feel like it's been fully described or disclosed to me or the public.
Well, I appreciate your statement on that.
As the council, I don't disagree with Mr. Bradley's interpretation. If there's just one person out there, and he didn't come here on his own, I guarantee. He's got input from other people and other committees. If we didn't make full disclosure, I have no problem doing that. Absolutely, right down in the spreadsheet. I have seen nothing wrong with what we've done, and I have no problem opening that up to a public discussion. That's what we stand for. we're here for the public. And we've had a request.
Sure. I mean, and we can, we can put forward a public report on here's what happened, here's where the steps, who was involved. I think it would be, again, a summary of statements and things that have already been made public, in my opinion.
But what I'm hearing from two counselors is that a report put out is sensible.
It's been asked for.
Right.
And we're here to serve the public.
If I may, I'd be happy to write that report for council's review, and you can include it in the SIP. You can disseminate any way you see fit.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you're coming here as a citizen and you want further information, absolutely, we will provide that.
Encourage it to be
Right.
deep enough to give all the answers. So, I understood that we were gonna work on this transition, along the lines of trying to maintain status quo. Is that still the focus of the council? Trying to get through this, knowing it's a monumental task? Or, are we off on some tangents that, are gonna end up costing a lot? So, I would like to hear that, or let me say it this way, I would guess that all government budgets probably need some recalibration after living the COVID moment. I would like to hear that, the council in addressing those issues. I think it's fair to give adequate explanation of the plan for the debt. The only way you can do that is to have a projected year-end cash balance. Those are all things that would be good to hear coming from the council.
Yeah, and like we said during our budget talks, when we sat here in September, that is something that we're working forward, and that we're looking to, is having more in-depth budget discussions among department heads, among the finance office and council. I think Councilor Jordan has mentioned every single meeting in which we had the budget discussion, the first and the second reading, that we are looking at having quarterly updates, public information. Certainly, we are working towards having the budget process be more public than it has in the past. We're seeing that during the transition with our former city manager leaving his position, we're seeing rooms for improvement, and we're working towards that. We do have a list of goals that was looked at when we started this whole transition process, and we certainly, I think, because we are looking at more months of being in transition, that I think it would be a good idea for council to take a look at the priorities, especially as we're coming up to the year end. But when you talk about our budget process, we absolutely are looking towards making it more open, making it more citizen friendly. And that's something that we've talked about in the beginning, because you're right, in the past, the budget process hasn't always been something that's been open. And I would think perhaps you'd understand that as a former council member, that there can be a lot of questions, not only for council members, but for the citizens as well. So we're looking at, lifting the lid on that and making it easier for the public to be involved and to understand. I think that it falls into, You know, I think that it could certainly be something that falls into assisting the citizens with the ease of city operations. You know, something that happens next year. You know, that's not written in stone. We're really still at the exploratory stage of this. But certainly I think one thing that I want to see, and I believe that other citizens want to see, is the ease of access to elections, to do what we can to optimize voter turnout. I think when you look at past city elections, there's a lot that we can do. And we're heading into 2024. And so it will be a presidential year, which usually guarantees a higher rate of turnout. And so if we can look at helping our citizens with the ease of voting and making it more accessible, then I support that. Again, to me, it would fall under city operations.
Back to my budget comment, I'm just saying what would be comforting for me to hear, because it's not comforting for me to hear, you know, the budget woes are due to a tanking economy, when the Fed still hasn't decided if they're done raising interest rates. I'm just saying, this is what, you know, would help me understand we're managing our way through this transition like I heard we planned to.
Yes, and I believe that we are.
I think on the budget discussion, and Aaron, I know has brought it up a couple times, but one goal we have moving into 2024 is to keep a much closer council connection to burn rates and quarterly spending and things like that as we build the 2025 budget. So we're dealing with real, true numbers versus we're halfway, 2/3 of the way through the year. We're going to have a bunch of assumptions, and we're going to try to put a budget together in a couple months. We're going to try to build it as we process the year and understand the higher costs and burn rates of the budget as we move forward. So putting council on that ground floor connection versus having upper level staff bring it halfway through. Yeah, that's going to make it a lot easier to see where we can.
Sturgis is unique, but we're not the only one that needs a recalibrated budget.
Right, it's across the board. Mm-hmm.
Well, that spend gets, you know, unbearable without addressing it.
Right.
Anything else?
Anything else for other matters?
Guys, have a good evening.
Thanks, Rod.
Thank you.
Anything else from the public for other matters? How about council additions? I do know there's a request for executive session. I do believe no anticipated action. Is that correct, Marshall? Post-executive session.
I believe that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
We're looking for a motion to go in executive session. Anybody willing?
So moved.
The first by Angela,
Second.
second by Tony. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. It's 8:37. We'll start in about 5 minutes.